hi. And good day, everyone. Welcome to today's stream. If you can hear me, let me know in the chat. If you can hear me, welcome to another wonderful day. Another day to get things done and steady new things. If you can hear me, let me know in the chat so that you can hear me. Just to confirm that the setup is okay for streaming. Can anyone hear me? Yep. Can anyone hear me? Hi. Can anyone hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hi, Mawelila. Hey, this your name. I think you still have to educate me on it. Mawelila. I hope I'm not butchering it all this while. Hi, DIY collector. Do you collect DIY or what exactly do you collect? Thank you so much. Thank you for joining the stream today. It's another brand new day and oh, is it private? I thought I've made it public. Like I usually set it off as unlisted and make sure everything is working before I turn it public. So it should be public now, I guess. Yep, I guess it should be public now. Yep. How is the day going? For those of you who have started the day long ago, how is it going so far? Ooh. Okay, let me see. Hi, everyone. If you are new to the stream, just say hi in the chat. Let me greet you before we start working today. No, I can use your first name. It's easier. Wandil or Wandili. Mawelila. Wandili. Wandil or Wandili. I'm like I try my best, but I'm not so good at pronouncing names like that. Except that I can keep names, like I can easily recall names, but I struggle to pronounce them. Anyway, hi Patrick, welcome. Say the day is okay. How is yeah? My started not so long ago, so we are in it. And I'm excited. I think yesterday I got to learn a lot of new things, and I was very happy about yesterday, and I look forward to today as well, like being able to learn a lot more things. Marilena, why are you laughing at me? You have to send me an audio recording of how you pronounce your name so that I would be able to pronounce it the way you want it to be pronounced. Yeah. Anyway, happy to have you all on the stream today. And I hope you're ready to learn something today. Yeah, I'm also really looking forward to learning a lot. I think yesterday, I don't know where the energy came from, but man, I had so much energy. I wanted to sleep early yesterday, but then like I felt I needed to learn a lot of things, and eventually I wasn't feeling sleepy too. Like I was just learning and learning and learning. And funny enough, when I slept late, I still woke up early morning to read. So that same energy is still here today. And I look forward to being able to finish my work on time and also get a lot done by the time we are done with the session. Yeah, that's true. Yesterday's stream was indeed the longest because we were able to do our full 6 hours. Then afterwards, we did a long talk for close to an hour. Like after the session, we were talking for about an hour. So it was indeed the longest. I mean, yeah, so let's see what we can do today. Today, I think I have about three or four different meetings, but let's see. Hopefully, we'll be able to get things done. I hope you're excited and you're ready to study. Before we get started, anyone has any questions from us for the floor? Any questions? Those of you who are new to the stream, you're highly welcome to today's session. So this is a study with me or work with me, depending on what your situation is around this time that you are joining in, whether you're working or studying. We are happy to have you join us. The essence of the stream is for us to motivate each other whilst we work or study. So if you happen to be studying or working, the structure is that we are going for 60 minutes of focused work or study. So if you are studying, you are doing 60 minutes of focused studies. We are all here. We are not going anywhere. We can see ourselves imaginally. We can see ourselves, but at least you see me on the screen whilst I'm working, and you should also focus and keep working. Yes. So I think, oh, yes. Let me bring up Discord. So for those of you who want to join the stream, oh, Marilila here. I can see you've joined Discord. So let me bring it up. So if you want to join the stream for us to see you, you can be in Discord as well. So once again, let me just drop the Discord, what is it? URL to the Discord server. Discord server. Oh, Patrick, you started. That's great. So I actually got the book. I bookmarked it, but I would want to finish what I'm reading right now and get into that as well. The Pragmatic Programmer. I think the other thing I wanted to start yesterday was the course that Marilila recommended, but then I thought about it and I was like, no, I don't think I would be able to finish this thing anytime soon, and I really need the time to focus, like, because that's I'm very passionate about that, and I wouldn't just do it anyhow. So yeah, happy to hear that. So I guess you would have to be sharing with us some of the findings from the book. Any interesting finding that you come across, we'll be happy to know. I would definitely read it. Now I've bookmarked it, so I'll definitely read it. Yep, techpaddy.com/discord. So those of you who want to join on Discord can use this link to join on Discord. Let me bring the Discord server in. Okay. Discord. Yep, great. So, all right. So if you want to participate fully. What did I say? Partition. Interesting. You can join the Discord server as well and join the channel, the YT live stream channel. And yeah, we're happy to have you all join us, and let's have a wonderful day. Another great book is Coders at War. All right, so after during the first break, hopefully I'll not be in the meeting by then, but 1 hour time that would be 10. My first meeting should be like 10:30. So we'll look for the book Coders at Work. All right. So I guess we should just zoom into it and get started with our first 60 minutes of work done and study. Hope you're ready. Your books, your computers, everything that you need. I hope it's ready now and you are sitting up for the start. Let's give ourselves the background music and yeah, let's go. Hi, 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 hi. Ooh. Hello. Yeah, break time. Break time, please. I'm coming. Ooh. Start a break time. Yep. Uh, you said that was quick. I see. That's Patrick says that's an hour of my life gone like an arrow. How did or do you handle procrastination as a developer? The timer was debugged. uh, after 60 minutes, so we don't have to consumption. Oh, why didn't you hear the alarm? Because yesterday I didn't hear it, but today I heard it. Marilila, there's supposed to be an alarm after 60 minutes. Let me check. Yeah, it's supposed to be on. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because of the music. Uh, I really don't know how I'm going to fix it. Okay, so Patrick said he heard it. So yesterday I didn't hear it, and I troubleshoot it today before joining the stream, and I realized that yesterday I plugged. How is it called? I plugged my docking system into my PC, and the audio input or audio output from there picked it up. However, there was nothing plugged to it, so I wasn't actually getting any output from my end, and I didn't understand. But when I figured it out, I just had to switch to the actual output that I would hear. So yeah. Mm, to answer the question about procrastination, uh, I've gotten varied forms of this question. Uh, to me, like procrastination. I mean, it depends on exactly how you see it, right? So, in the simplest of terms, you say procrastination is you have something to do, but you are just pushing it forward. Oh, I'll do it later. I'll do it later, and all that I've been doing to avoid that is just get into the action. If it must be done, it must as well be done now. Like, unless if I already have a plan. So I think that's okay. Maybe that's the best answer to give in this case. Like, you have a plan, you know exactly what you want to do and when you want to do it, so that my brain will start nagging me if I'm supposed to be doing this thing and I'm not doing it. I don't know if it happens to everybody, but this brain of mine, if I have set a goal I want to achieve, like I want to today, this and that is what I'm going to do, and all of a sudden I switch and I'm doing something else, like I don't feel comfortable because hey, my brain will keep nagging me about, oh, you set these things to do, like you're going to be a failure if you don't achieve it. Like, maybe because I've trained myself like that. So yeah. But essentially for me it's about knowing what is important and putting the most important first, and making sure that you get to do the most important things. So say we said we are doing 6 hours today, Okay, and maybe you have say 6 items on your list to do. Make sure you put like the most important ones first, so that if at the end of the day say you are able to do only four, you would have done the four top most important things, so that the other ones are, I mean, it doesn't become too much of a problem if you don't get those ones done. But if you leave them in any order and you end up not doing the most important ones, then you are failed. Like, that's it. So I think one of the key things you do is to have like a plan of to dos, like things you want to do, and set time to it. And there's a way you train your brain to pick those ones up. So a concept in machine learning known as reinforcement learning. I want to believe it was a concept before even the inception of machine learning. And it's just about rewarding yourself when you get things done and punishing yourself when you don't get things done rightly. Okay, so for me, that's what I have done to myself. Say there is a way that you reward yourself. Imagine, let me use a common example. Like, you get to watch your favorite movie or something if you finish your tasks, your to dos today, or if I finish the things I'm supposed to do today, or if I get these things done, I'm going to buy myself this. Then if I don't get it done, I will not buy myself this. So it's more of a reward and punishment system to trick the brain to want to do more of a particular thing. So the brain is such that it likes to do more of the things that it will be rewarded for, and that's less of the things that it will be punished for. Okay, so anything that makes it feel good, like any sort of reward, like in the brain, chemical, biochemical level, we are looking at the release of dopamine in the brain, and therefore your body wants to do more of it so that it gets that reward. It gets to get a lot more dopamine, feels so good when it is done, right? So I think you can emulate that system of reward and punishment to help you get things done. Over time, now I do them subconsciously because I've been doing them over time, right? So if I want to get things done, if I don't get them done, like, my brain is going to be nagging me because you didn't get this thing done, you didn't get, like, I'll feel bad about myself, and I never want to feel bad. So the best I can do is to make sure that at least the most important ones have been done. So yeah, that's my thoughts about procrastination anyway. I don't know if it helps. Aurelio says it's really hard to do it. The course learning how to learn recommends using the Pomodoro technique and start with the hard tasks first. Yeah, so I think essentially that's what I'm saying. But instead of saying hard tasks first, I would say like the most important first. Because sometimes the most important is not the hardest. Sometimes it could be that replying to that email, which is like the simplest of your to dos today, is the most important because it brings the most reward. Okay, and you always want to give your brain the reward that it wants so that it keeps doing. If you are able to see how you get into the flow of doing something, and when you start doing it and it's going well, you want to do more. Like, it's going well, I want to do more, I want to do more because it's going well, right? That's what you want to do. If you necessarily focus on the hard part and you start doing it and it's very difficult, you can't do it, you realize that the brain begins to give up because this is so hard. Like, man, this is so hard. Why are you even stressing yourself? Just give up and eventually give up. So I think let's focus more on the most important thing that will give us the best of rewards. That will stimulate the brain to want to do more. Okay. Yeah, that's my perspective about it. And I haven't put this thing into thought, and this question has really triggered something. I think it's something I have to think deeply about and maybe write about it. Because yeah, that's, I think it makes a lot of sense because I've been doing this thing for a while. Like it's become so normal that I don't think about it. Okay, and I feel that a lot of other people can benefit from it if you use that kind of strategy. Try rewarding yourself by when you get things done, and punishing yourself when you get don't get things done. Punishing yourself doesn't necessarily mean go and beat yourself, or I mean you can deprive yourself from something and say, hey, if you don't get this thing done, you are not going to do this. So you have to sit down and until you finish before you go. Like the brain, you want to sleep, but you are punishing yourself. And or example, I remember back in high school there was this senior. Anytime he came to preps late, irrespective of the reason for coming late, maybe he was even at church, that's why he came to prep late, he will still kneel down, like punish himself for being late. And it didn't make sense to us, like why are you punishing yourself? You are just coming from church, and it's because they delayed in church, that's why you are late, so why are you punishing yourself? But come to think of it, when you get into that reward and punishment state, you can read on the terminology, reinforcement learning. It's how we train a lot of, I mean, most of the robust machine learning stuff that you are seeing, like the self-driving cars and things, like some these are parts, like the algorithms behind it is just the concept of reinforcement learning. So if it makes a mistake, even I think in training a platform like ChatGPT, a concept like that is used. If it makes a mistake, you scold it, no, this is not right, this is not what I wanted. Then yeah, this is the exact thing I wanted. Then it begins to learn from it, says, oh okay, when I do this, they like it more, so I have to keep doing more of it. And the brain too is like that. So I think we can use that to trick the brain to avoid procrastination. Okay, and also focus on the process and not the output. Yeah, and I think that is one key thing I've been saying all this while, that you shouldn't be necessarily output driven. Like, don't wait till you get, oh, I want to get like 80 in this paper, and when I get 80, I'll be happy. And when you don't get 80, you are sad. But then, hey, I want to fully understand this thing, and if I really understand it, I should be able to get 80 or more in this paper. And in the process of learning it, I take my time, enjoy the learning process, and I'm able to write. In that instance, even if I write and I don't get 80, like I'm not so sad. Like I know that I've been enjoying myself even learning that paper, right? Yeah, so I agree. Focus on the process and not the output. Hi, Samuels. You're welcome. Please make a mentorship for JS and particularly web dev for us and pin me on the list. What exactly do you mean by mentorship for JS? Is it like a course model or what? Like what exactly do you mean by that? Maybe you could clarify on that. Hi, Rotimi. Say, do I exercise and how important is that to you? If you do, I'd like to recommend the book Spark by John Rayton. I mean, exercise is one of the very important things. So I wouldn't say that I have my life figured out, right? I'm still learning, and when a lot of things I wasn't exposed to them until recently, and at least now I think moving to where I am now, like I have different perspective about things right now. For instance, as I think for I started going to the gym about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and even though I've not been like very consistent, but back in Ghana, when you talk about gym, like gym is for like people who really want to build muscles. It's not something that we see as necessity for health. It's those who want to build muscles and impress people. That's the notion that we have about gym in Ghana. I don't know. Yeah, but at least with the people or people in my circle. That's the notion that we had. So I came here, and one of my suite mates were talking about gym, and there's a gym just across my hostel right now. And fortunately for me, my school fees covers like membership to that gym, so I don't need to pay extra to get into the gym. So we're talking about it, and he asked if I've been going to the gym. I'm like, no, I've never been to the gym. I really like, did you hear the bell ring right now? Like, I just heard it, so I just want to confirm. Did you guys hear the bell ring? Let me just finish up with a discussion. Oh, okay. I even have a meeting in a couple of minutes. Yeah. So when I told him that I've never been to the gym, this guy was surprised. Like, as old as you are, you've never been to the gym. I'm like, yeah, I've never been to the gym. Like in Ghana, the gym is for people who want to build muscles and show off with those things. Like, and it has never been my goal. So, oh no. So I came to realize that people have different perspective about going to the gym, and here they mostly focus on like being in good health, being in good shape. Like the primary focus is health when it comes to going to the gym. So from discussions with him, I think I started going to the gym, and I've been doing mostly cardio, like making sure that my heart is surviving, because every single day I'm sitting up through for several hours. So in the evening, I just go to the gym to do that. So exercise is very important, and to me, and I mean, I'm learning about it. The other element that is really important to me right now is sleep. So sleep, exercise, those are two important things that I need to improve upon it. I mean, I've deprived myself of sleep for some time. I mean, back in the days, right? And I wasn't really exercising. No, but there were times, even when I was in Ghana, there were times that I used to exercise, especially during last year when I was just home. I used to exercise a lot, almost every single day before I go take my bath, but not as in going to the gym. It was just in my room or in like compound, right? So let me put the book down. I'll look for it. Oh, earlier on I said we are going to look at a particular book. This is Spark. Okay, Spark by John Wright. Let's see. Ooh. Okay, Coders at Work. So Coders at Work by Peter Siba. Oh, Peter Siba, that's Maulila, you're the one who posted that. The Y Combinator, the SY Combinator CEO, I guess. Because I remember, I know that name, and I've been following him for a while. A priority first plan and the reward and punishment style will work best for me. Yeah, I think so. It should work. I like the way you've put it. And let me pick that and see if over the weekend I can write an article about it to avoid procrastination. To avoid procrastination, priority first plan, the reward and punishment style. I'm sure the way you guys are stimulating my thinking, by the time we stop, like we do these streams for like a couple of months, I'm sure I would have written a book here. I like it anyway. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. Like a structure for learning JS. Oh, so you mean like a roadmap, those kind of things. how to conquer JS, maybe learn JavaScript in 2 days, those kind of things. Okay, like from start to finish. It's interesting. I mean, anyway, I'll think about it. Samos, just remind me and learn it together with you, like we did in C. Oh my goodness. Interesting. Like if I'm supposed to come up here and teach, the thing is that priorities changes. Like for instance, C programming. I wish I could even record some videos for others, but priority changes with time. And I don't know. It's going to be a bit challenging for JavaScript. I mean, I love JavaScript and I would love to do that. Yeah, maybe for those of us who have been doing this stream, maybe we could be dedicating like 30 minutes to an hour per stream or something, like a particular day, and we'll take some of these things. But instead of taking concepts, I feel that there are a lot of tutorials out there that does these things. So sometimes I don't feel comfortable redoing everything. I mean, there are times that I understand that this is a bit complex. I need to break it down, especially contextually. I mean, talk to my African folks so that they appreciate that. So sometimes it makes sense. But yesterday, for instance, one of the things I was thinking about was maybe we take like a project and oh, this is my camera. I don't know what's happening today. Oh my goodness. Just the more I'm coming, hold on, sorry. So do not know why it keeps doing this. I really have no clue why it's doing this. The It's been going off and off and off. I need to purchase a live stream camera. I've been thinking about it. I've been using my phone. So that iVcam is the app that I use to use my phone as the webcam. Use my phone as the webcam for the video. So yeah, you some of us let's think it through. I mean, I'll require some time to think about it and figure out what's the best way to do these things. I feel that going with the project route will make more sense than just teaching the concept without anything. So if say we take a project, if it is say JavaScript as you're talking about, we take a project that we want to build in JavaScript. But then now to if I want to build a project in JavaScript, I would prefer what is it called? Like using a framework or a library like React, Node.js, Express.js, all of those things to simplify that. But let's see. We'll think through it, and as the day goes by, we can deliberate on it. Maybe find uh specific times that would spend say 30 minutes or the 1 hour focus time to go through those ones. I think that would be helpful. And I just pray that I get time. Yeah. Because some of these things, it's not as if I mean everything is here and I when I come I just come and teach. Some of them I still have to learn. But I'm happy to learn with you all here. Like we try figure things out together. I really don't mind. And I like to do this publicly so that you can equally see my thought process when I'm doing some of these things, and maybe if there are any tricks which I haven't even spotted myself, you'll be able to spot that this is how I approach it. Yeah, so I'm happy to do that. Anyway, oh yeah, so Marilia said that's the guy. Okay, I like him a lot. I mean, right from the time that he was CEO for Y Combinator, I've been following him and watching his content. Now he's doing the content with a friend of his, and they discuss various startups. And like, I mean, I'm interested in startups, so I consume those content a lot. I'll definitely look at the book as well. Maybe we'll look at it during the break. But I need to I'm actually in a meeting. That's why I'm holding this. and I want to jump into a different meeting right now. So if you see me talking, I may not be talking to you directly, but please go on and start the focus session for the next 60 minutes. Let me see what time my meeting ends. I don't know exactly. It's like they've planned two meetings of the same kind, so I'm not sure which one is going to go on. Oh, it's not even time. No, no, no. So it's not time for the meeting. It's rather 11:30 instead, not 10:30. Yeah. So let's see. In the next 1 hour, now it's 10:30 something. So the next 1 hour, I would have a meeting. But yeah, so let's get started. At least our break is over. So let's get started for the next session so that I keep working and you also keep studying. And probably we may not be able to meet directly after the 60 minutes. If the meeting doesn't come on, then I'll take the break with you. If it comes on, I may not be able to take the break with you, but I'll communicate. I mean, the chat is available, so I'll communicate. So yeah, let's go back to studies. All the best. And today I've not asked what exactly you are studying. So during the next break, every one of you should tell me what you are studying. Let's know. Okay. So all the best and catch you during the next break. Hi, 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 hi. Where is everybody? Oh, mm, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, where's my. Okay. Yeah, hi, Marilina. I'm feeling a bit tired. Oh my god. How is it going? I hope you are able to steady during the time. I've been in meetings since we just finished the last meeting. How is it going for you? I think there were a couple of things that we needed to check out. Let me share my screen. Oh, okay. That's cool. Five of. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you really understand what you are doing, I think that's what's the most important. So sometimes the tax are playing. Uh, Let me try sharing my screen here. Put the timer off and share the main screen and probably bring up, let's see, my email. Oh, okay. Let's see. Yep. Put this. Yep. Okay. So let me see. I'm going. I want to be able to share my screen and yeah. Put this in it. And then probably because I'm not talking a lot. Yeah. So I hope you can hear it better now. I guess I'm feeling tired, so not talking a lot, but I hope you can hear it now. Ooh, can't wait to get them done tomorrow and move on. Yeah, I mean, all the best in getting those tasks done. Uh, it's been a while. I mean, see. I don't know if you ask me to go and do them. I don't know if I'll go try doing it again because it's a lot. Anyway, I wanted to check up on the book you mentioned, Coders at Work. Right? Let me see if I'll find it. If you're, uh, oh, supposed to be. That was the title, right? Yeah. Ooh. That's the book, right? The book you're referring to. Mm. Okay. Very. So I have to bookmark it. Reflections on the craft of programming. That's interesting. So I think Anyway, I've really been following Y Combinator for a while now, because this guy, and before him, I think was, what's the name of, is it Paul Allen? I think Paul Allen was the CEO before him. Then he came, and the current CEO too. I've been watching his videos. I'll I'll go and watch. Hey, let me bookmark this. I don't know why every day I have to create a playlist. I thought they will add it. Yeah, so let me add it to my to read. There was another book that was mentioned earlier today. Oh my god, there's a fire alarm. Okay, thank God it went off. Oh my god, what just happened? Yeah, sorry about that. So the fire alarm just went off. And then I was about to just close this thing and run away, but it's gone off. I hope it's nothing serious. Oh, this hot afternoon. Yeah, I know, right? It's funny how in this month of August, this is like the fourth time I'm hearing the fire alarm go off. And on the first two occasions, it was at dawn when I was sleeping, and the fire alarm went on. I had to wake up and run out of the room. The last time it happened, that's barely 2 weeks ago. I think just last week, I guess. Yeah, it was just last week. Last week, early evening, it went off and we had to rush out. It was really not a good incident like that day. I mean, even though we didn't hear much about it, I don't know if it was a false alarm or whatever. When where we were at the time, where like this is the ground floor, but we're underground. Uh, some of my colleagues were playing tennis, table tennis, and the like. So we're there only for this alarm to go, and when we needed to rush out, and the door that would lead us to the ground floor had closed because of the fire alarm. We're so like we're trying to find out how to get out of the place, but eventually we saw that there was an emergency exit that was open, and fortunately for us, the emergency exit led us out of the facility. So we're outside until fire service came around, and it's like the fourth time. That was really strange, but oh man. Anyway, yep. So, oh yeah, Sam Otman too. I mean, yeah. So when Sam Otman was there, I think that was when Paul Allen was there. I think it's, let me confirm. Paul Allen, because is it Paul Graham? Sorry, Paul Graham. I think, yeah. I've like, if you like entrepreneurship, you really love his writings. Paul Graham. I really love the content he creates. So yeah, a lot of them here. But he was the CEO at the time when Sam Altman was there. How to do great work. Yeah. And a lot of the people who give advice about startups and things, most of them quotes from Paul Graham, like most of them. Yeah, you should. Let me drop the link in here. Oh, what's that? I don't know if he still keeps writing. Like this, these sort of things that motivate me, like how every time he's writing, publishing, I really want to be able to do that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm dropping it in the chat. Drop this in the chat. Hi Tracy, welcome, and I hope you were able to learn when you said you were joining us and getting to work. Oh, okay. So yeah, Very, very great guy. I really love him, and I've been following his content for a while now. I think the new CEO of Y Combinator 2, I mean, his content is also top notch. Like I've been watching it, and I like that. I feel that what I gain from these people is that they are currently working with founders, right? So they're able to pick out certain things that others will not pick up. And most of the startups they are working with are like the big startups in the world. So you can get an idea of what it is to run a startup and all. I mean, it doesn't make you like the best entrepreneur for knowing, because entrepreneurship is more of practice. Like you get into the act and you get better at it. But it's always good to know what worked for someone and what didn't work for someone. And getting this from someone who has like a lot of people, like he has the data, I can say. They have the data about startups. So it's good when you listen to their perspective about things, just so that you are well informed. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, a lot. I mean, he writes a lot, so I really enjoy it. I did a bit of writing recently and started a blog. That's great. Tracy, care to share the link in the chat? Let me take a peek at it. I mean, I love writing. I love people who like writing. I see writing as, you see how when you sometimes ask me some questions on the stream and I'm thinking through it, when I'm writing, it's really a good time for me to think through things over and over and make sure that like I've refined my thoughts before I put them on paper or as I'm writing. Or sometimes I write and I refine it over time. Sometimes I just write it today. The next day I feel that no, I could have done it better this way. And so it's an avenue for me to think and to force myself to think about things. Sometimes you can just, if you're not writing it anyway, you can just brush it off, right? So writing is that medium through which I force my body to, or my brain to think about something and come up with a resolution on, or an ideology or something. Like, so I like that as an outlet of like trying to force my brain to think or do work. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. That's cool. Oh, oh, it's cool. I mean, I think we'll be ending the session soon, but yeah. Oh, have you Tracy? Have you shared the link? Just share the link and let's see. Uh, all the best, my leader, in the live learning session. Ooh, I think there's one other book. Spark. Okay, let me look for Spark. Said Spark by John. So that's not it. Yeah. So this is the revolutionary new science of exercise and the brain. I'm seeing. Ooh. Tracy, I'm waiting for you to share the link. Then I'll check it out. Oh, I don't know if the bot will allow you to share a link in the chat. If you're not able to share a link in the chat, just type out like um the words, but don't put them together as a link. Like you can type instead of the dot, just space it out, and I'll be able to figure out what you mean to open it here. The revolutionary new science of exercise and the brain, a groundbreaking and fascinating investigation into the transformative effects of exercise on the brain, from the best-selling author and renowned psychiatrist John J. Ratty, MD. You can beat stress, lift your mood, fight memory loss, sharpen your intellect, and function better than ever simply by elevating your heart rate and breaking a sweat. Interesting. Ooh. Anyway, that's an excerpt from the book. So let me add to my to read. Okay. So hash node. Yeah, it's on hash. What's your username on hash node? Let me locate it. Let me share my screen again. What's your username on hash node? It's been a while since I checked hash node out. Okay, TK codes. I think I published an article sometime. Supposed to come here and respond to some comments. I've not been responding to comments. Oh man. Okay, so let's search for you on hash node. Sorry. Okay, I think I've actually not tried searching for anything on hash node before. Okay, so yeah, here you are. Unveiling the journey from ALS Code Labs to the digital scroll. Join me in learning software engineering out loud. Yeah, I love that. Writing clear and effective guides. A beginner's guide to collaboration and version control. Okay, that's cool. Hmm. Oh, I see. No, I'm glad to hear that you read some of the articles I read. Anyway, yeah, if you ever walked into a new place, you probably appreciate signs that point you in the right direction, explain what's what, and help you navigate without any confusion. Well, think of a README file in a GitHub repo as that helpful sign. It's your guide to understanding what a project is all about, how to use it, and where to start. And this guide will break down everything about README files and why they are essential, how to create one that stands out like a beacon of clarity. So, what exactly is why do we need one? What should you consider while writing a README? Creating README files in GitHub using Markdown. Okay, so there's one thing that I've been I think it was just yesterday that I was planning on creating a crash course on Markdown for people. So I'm happy to see that you've written something about it because it's very easy. Markdown is very easy, but then you realize that not everybody is really conversant with it. And I think, unfortunately, like for instance, if you take a program like ALS, apart from when you are introduced to GitHub, I don't think there is any place where we deal with Markdown. Like it's not as if it's not necessary. I mean, as a software engineer, it's pretty cool for you to know Markdown, but I haven't come across any curriculum anywhere where they paid attention to Markdown. So it's one of those things that you have to pick up along the line as you are learning. So I'm looking forward to creating a crash course on it. Hopefully anytime soon. Anyway, it's like a set of magic spells that okay, create this, add that. Yeah. Let me share something. So how I learned Markdown, I mean, how I really got to know Markdown was through writing blog posts on Hashnode. That's the interesting part. Like those times, Hashnode didn't have, like when I started last year, they didn't have all these fancy things that now you click and it brings you just the heading. And for every one of them, you had to write it as Markdown. But then they had a guide up here when you were creating the content. They had a guide there that you click and you get to see, okay, so if you want heading one, this is what the Markdown is. If you want something like that. So I didn't want to be like when I'm writing and every single time I have to now go and figure out what the Markdown is for something. So with time and because I kept writing, I got used to the Markdown. And when I started working too, I think I used Markdown for I've used Markdown for two different websites. That's interesting. A lot of people do not know. And I'm about to build another website which I'm going to use Markdown for. So yeah, this website, the content here was done with Markdown. So that's what forced me to now make use of all the Markdown that I've learned. And I'll be building another one soon using Markdown. So I feel that, hey, maybe it's high time we created content around it. Anyway, yeah, I like how you approached it, creating Markdown, powered readme, project title, okay, solution usage, contributing, okay, yeah, especially showing the final output. I think that's really a great one. Benefits, pitfalls, yeah, great job. Um, yep. So that is really good. Let me think. I haven't really been using hash node like that. Interesting. I've been using hash node as a writer, but not a reader. That's interesting. Okay. So I think it's pretty good, especially the fact that you'd interlinked your articles, right? So that's a good thing to do to ensure that you are connecting your articles. Right now, anyways, is perfect. Don't worry so much about it. Keep it up and keep writing more. I think it gets better with time and um at least for me, I use this as an avenue to force myself to explain things. And that's one of the best ways to study. Okay. So, whatever other reasons why you have to start writing, have it at the back of your mind that writing these things will force you to learn. Okay. One thing that advice I can give you when it comes to creating content is this. I know back in school they taught us paragraphing and all of that, but it's a bit different when it comes to content creation online. So use this as a guide. Always leave a space after every three lines, maximum four lines. Don't have them going more than four lines. So it doesn't necessarily have to be like the concept of a whole paragraph making a whole meaning, but just leave those spaces. So if I was to work on this, I'll break this and like hit enter here for it to come down, make room for some space, and as well as break it from here too. Okay. The reason that is important is when you are reading this on the mobile phone, it's very clumsy. Like you have a lot of information there and it's difficult to read. Sometimes like we don't really pay attention to it, but subconsciously the person is likely to forget about reading it and move on to another thing. Okay. One person that inspires me a lot when it comes to blogging, whom I've learned a lot from, is Neil Patel. neilpatel.com. So go to neilpatels.com site and I'll show you how he leverages that. I hope I see any of his blog posts. So let's just click any of his blog posts. No, this guy has, he's a marketing guru, and I mean online marketing. Really good with his stuff. I need to exit here. This guy is forcing me to. Nope. I just want your blog post. Oh, I didn't read that. Let me see. Not the YouTube. I want a blog post. Yeah. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. You see, 3 lines space. Even here, just 1 line. So this is not really like you can call them paragraphs, but then it doesn't sit well with what we learned in school. And it's different. I mean, what you learned in school. So how this thing got into my head was this: with what you are writing in school, the people who are going to read it are actually paid to read it. Your lecturers, your teachers, they are being paid to read the assignments they've given you. So when you put it together like that, they don't really care about it. They have to go ahead and read it. And for, I mean, scholarly articles like journals and co, it's a bit different. Here, attention span is very short. Like, and there are thousands of other content on the internet that I can read from. So there is no compelling reason for me to stay reading your article when I feel that it's boring or I'm struggling to read it. Okay. So for user experience sake, you'd want to break up your contents like this. At least the maximum 4 lines. 1 line is okay, 2 lines okay, 3 lines, but just break it up neatly as possible. Okay. All right. Anyway. Mm, okay. So it's good that you add the images. So every content you create, try and include media. Uh, it's really good with regards to SEO wise. If you have any form of media in there, it boosts the content. Yep, yep. I think you've done a great job. And once I've subscribed to your blog, if any new updates come, I'm sure to receive notification for it. So yeah. Ooh, hash node. It's been a while since I checked my own blog. I don't know. Oh, 3.2 followers. That's good. So I think the recent one I published was August 19th. I'm trying to learn machine learning. So now those are the contents. I didn't see, did I see the audio form for yours? Try and turn it on. I mean, the AI will read it for you. So turn it on. Those who do not have time to read can listen, because sometimes it's just necessary. Yeah. So you can listen to it. This is my recent one. I didn't even heed to my own advice by letting some of the contents be longer, but ideally it should be 3 lines maximum, 4 lines maximum. But yeah, 3 lines pretty cool. So anyway, I hope that helps. Yeah, you're welcome. Right now, I, I look very tired now. Any questions for me before we I end today's session? Today my phone has really been messing up with regards to the camera. And this is telling me that I probably need to get a new camera instead of the phone, because the app I'm using is now giving me a lot of headache. And if somebody calls into the phone, the app goes off. I think today is the worst of them all, but let's see how it goes. Yes, any questions for me? If you have any questions for me, then we'll respond to it before we end the session. Yep. I think I need to search for cameras to buy. If I get some and it's affordable, then I can go ahead and purchase it. Hi, Ritimi. You're welcome. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but I got the book that you recommended earlier. Did you see that? I've bookmarked it. I hope that's exactly the book you mentioned. This is a book, right? Spark. So hopefully I'll start reading it. Now at least I'm piling I'm piling the various books to read for this coming month. We are entering a new month, so hopefully I'll get time to read that this month. So far I have like 3 books for, I'm not sure I don't know. For at least if it was audio version, I could have, maybe I should look for the audio version. Like when I'm done, I'll try to see if there is an audio version that can speed up my reading. If there is no audio version, at least for audio versions, I can be on the go whilst listening to it. I can, anywhere I am, I can literally be listening to the book. But for the reading ones, I need to dedicate. So there is what we call passive learning and active learning. Audio content is usually can be consumed passively, so I don't need to be actively involved. But for written content, I would have to actively get involved. So that means that I have to block out time for it. And I'm not sure how many of them I'll be able to complete in that period. So yeah. Mm. Oh, okay. Issues with stress, I see. I think a lot of people ask me questions relating to how I'm able to do it and all. Like if I'm keeping up like that, is it not stressful? And I don't know. But I'm such that if I feel my body is tired, I need to get rest. As for those ones, I get and exercise at least to a smaller extent. I try exercising as well. So anyway, I'm glad you shared it. I'm going to take a look at it and read it at least to also get some ideas, get some motivation, and especially understand. Like I want to understand some of the things. So how especially because I'm interested in the concept of learning, like how exercise impacts learning. So one thing that I've always said and maintained is the fact that increased oxygen flow to the brain impacts learning, like it's positively impacts learning. So it is always good to have like good blood flow to the brain, and I think exercise is one of the ways that can help in that. Once you are exercising regularly, ensuring that circulation is improved, the brain gets adequate supply of oxygen, and that should help. I mean, so I'll definitely take a look at it, and I'm glad you shared with me. Anyway, so on that note, I think we can bring today's session to a close, and hopefully we'll meet God willing tomorrow. I'm going to see, like, from now to tomorrow to see if there is any way I can come across a good camera for the stream. If not, then I still have to make do with the phone for up to the time that I can get a good camera, because this app is really stressing me out right now. Okay, thank you all so much. I really appreciate you, especially Maulila, Tracy, Ritimi, and every other person who joined in today. Samuel, Patrick, yeah, every other person who joined in today. I really appreciate you all. And God willing, tomorrow, same time, we'll be meeting to continue our work and study focus session and our break time discussions. If you are still not tired, I mean, go ahead, continue to learn or get sleep and any other thing. For me, I'm taking some break, going to find food to eat, and maybe walk around a bit before I come back to continue. All right, so I'll catch you all, God willing, tomorrow. Okay, so then, bye bye.